like shifting back our project from repository to IntelliJ, again IntelliJ to repository, some additional lines. Ignore it, Siddharth. Nothing to do with this.
These lines were, ma'am, made earlier. Like these were the earlier lines, and today morning I changed something. So I just made changes over here. So what happened? Okay, ma'am.
Ignore it, dear. What to do?
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Ma'am, I think almost everyone is here.
Yeah, we will quickly take attendance and
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, lot to cover. Thanks. Please take.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, learners, good morning all. Let's take the attendance. Abhilash.
Yes, sir.
Chitresh.
Yes, sir.
Harshad. Harshad. Jitesh.
Yes, sir.
Joel.
Present, sir.
Kalapala.
Yes, sir.
Khuddus.
Present, sir.
Madhu.
Present, sir.
Menak.
Yes, sir.
Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Ramya.
Yes, sir.
Shorjo.
Yes, sir.
Shubham Tiwari. Shubham Tiwari. Sudeep.
Yes, today
Present,
also
sir.
he is on leave. Shubham. Check.
Sukrit.
Yes, sir.
Swapnil.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tejas.
Present, sir.
Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi.
Yes, sir.
Vivek.
Yes, sir.
Nikhil.
Present, sir.
Sagar. Sagar. Roshan.
Present, sir.
Adesh.
Present, sir.
Abdul Karim.
Present, sir.
Akash Kannaujiya.
Sir, present, sir.
Anurag.
Present, sir.
Dipesh. Dipesh.
Yes, sir.
Gaurav. Gaurav Srivastav. Gaurav Srivastav. Kashinath.
Yes, sir.
Prashant.
Present, sir.
Rushikesh.
Present, sir.
Shivani. Shivani.
Present, sir. Present.
Shubham Kumar.
Present, sir.
Shubham Sudarshan.
Present, sir.
Shodit Kumar.
Present, sir.
Vivek Sharma. Vivek.
Present, sir.
Harsh Singh.
Present, sir.
Siddharth. Siddharth.
Present, sir.
Okay. Okay, now I am going to call out the name of those who are not said yet present. Harshad. Harshad. Shubham Tiwari. Shubham Tiwari. Sagar Chauhan. Gaurav Srivastav. Okay, ma'am, done.
1, 2, 3, 4. I received only message from Harshit stating that some machine issue. We can expect Harshit will join. Other 3, please check.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, guys, let's quickly continue and complete streams packages and its methods. So we can complete our last sprint and we can start with our revisiting the project. So I'm gonna to continue with user defined class today. So yesterday we had a sample hello world kind of a program. So with a predefined data type, string type, integer type, we handled filter method, we handled sorted method. Same thing we will do it for user defined class. Yeah, a quick recap. So we have filter method. Filter will take predicate condition as a parameter. So either I can pass a direct condition here or I can pass a predicate object here. So filter method belongs to stream and you have to call everything with your collection, and left hand side you will be creating an instance of stream with the appropriate generic type. All right, let us apply the streams package for user defined class. So please come along with me. I'm starting everything from scratch. I'll create a Java class. Let me create a Java class as employee. So let me give private int employee ID, private string employee name, private string employee department, private int employee salary. Step number 1, constructor. Step number 2, getter. So step number 3, toString. See, in your demo sprints, they have not completed your getter method and toString. So please complete everything. Ensure that your model class is complete. Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Let me create my first demo. Copy paste. So either you can add the data employee object data directly, or you can pull the data from files. I'm leaving to you. I'm assuming like those things are familiar to you. So I'm adding directly few records. If required, you can create any file and you can use buffered reader to read the data and you can store it in your collection object as your employee object. Everything is possible. I'm creating a list of the type employee. So employee list, it will be small letter, is equal to new array list of. So in my list, I'm adding the first employee. So employee ID, employee name, employee department, say HR department, and employee salary. If I missed any syntax error, please let me know.
I'm 2 and 3 about 34. Employee.
Yeah. Thanks. It will be sales. Fine. So let us filter the data based on requirement. So that is the reason I added department. So I want to fetch the employee details of HR department, IT department, sales department, or the salary holders, or anything no based on the string functionality. So listen, whatever comes into your mind for filter condition, please let me know. Can we filter based on department code or department name?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys,
Yes,
again,
ma'am.
Yes,
where are
ma'am.
we?
Yes.
We are. So let us use filter method. Filter is used for selecting elements according to the predicate as a parameter. Either you can pass predicate object or you pass predicate condition as its. The body of the predicate can be passed as a parameter here. So let me filter based on department name. One second. So since all our sprints are based on modular approach functions, let me create function itself. So I'm creating a function. Public void filter based on department, and I should pass depth name. Let me create demo one object. So I'm creating a functions. So all the functionality I'm gonna to place as a separate function so that you can relate with your sprints. And again, I'm telling you, whatever the fundamental concept we came across, ensure that you are thorough with that. At this point, don't come. If it is a direct demo program inside a main method or inside any modular methods, you need to be familiar. You should know thoroughly what is an input, what is a return type, how we need to capture and all. So it is located in demo one class, which is non-static. So you need to call only with the help of object. I'm calling a method filter based on department. I'm passing the department as sales. Shall we complete this body of the method?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Without, let's assume, without streams. You want to use only functional interface and you want to complete the method. Complete it. Help me in completing the code without streams. We will have a code without streams, then I'll introduce with streams so that you can see the differences between the number of lines. Without streams, what concept we have discussed in functional interface to achieve the task?
Predicate.
Very good, predicate. So what is the first step in creating predicate? We will be creating an object for predicate, and along with that we will add
Employee.
the condition
Employee.
you want. Predicate of the type employee.
Predicate.
Let's assume predicate object equal to, I will be passing my object, and from my object, my employee object, I want to get, guys, are you with me? Department name, and that department name should matches with whatever the department name I am passing. So this is my condition of predicate. How you will complete the predicate in the old way?
Filter.
What we had to do?
Filter method.
Filter method.
Very good. So filter and test method. So we will be traversing with all the data in using for loop, and whichever is matching with my predicate condition, I will add in my list. Oh my God, I'll show you. Wait. So let me create a list, and I'll make this as temp list. Temp list 1 for I am traversing all the object colon one second. To avoid the confusion, I don't have much time. Let me pass my list as a parameter. I don't know how many of you noticed. So this is not a global variable. If I want to keep this as a global variable, then it might be static, because I have handled everything in main is static. So if you are handling this, then you need to again make your variable as static, and you need to call. So to avoid all these, I am passing my whole list as a parameter to the method. So my method will take the entire list, actual list, and based on my department, by using filter, I want to filter the data. Let it be. So I need to traverse all the actual data. What will be there inside for loop? This I have introduced yesterday morning.
Test method.
What is the syntax of test method? If
Template dot no sorry pre dot test
template dot
No, no.
test dot
pre dot test pre dot test of
pre dot test of
x.
x. If it is matches, then I want to add my x object over here. That's all. And by using for each, you can print all the values. What is this? Temp list dot for each. Nothing new. Whatever the code I'm typing in front of you, nothing is new. It's an old way which we had discussed yesterday. Out of how many records? 6 records. Whosoever belongs to sales, Praveen and Prashant belongs to sales. So I'm getting the output of employee department of sales.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
What is pre dot?
Who arised this question?
Me, ma'am. Rushikesh, 27 line.
Have you attended yesterday's session?
Yeah, ma'am.
Have you tried yesterday's demo?
Yeah, ma'am.
Right. Who belongs to the other batch? This is for everyone. The code is in front of you. I was asking you all, not only for Rusikesh, everyone. I was asking the syntax of yesterday's predicate syntax of defining a predicate object and traversing and storing the data based on test filter method. All of us tried the first method via consumer and the second method via predicate and the third via function. Today morning, I'm asking you the syntax. Thinking lot. Rusikesh, is this your code?
Yeah, ma'am. Got it, ma'am.
Recollect this line.
Predefined. Sorry.
Got it?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Actually, I didn't solve that.
No worries. This is for everyone. You came forward with your name. I'm passing my information to all. I know this is a new topic and the syntax, the terms which we are using is completely new to the programming part. But getting the code which we discussed yesterday is not okay. So instead of these 6-7 lines of code, can we try using streams API?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the speciality
Yes, ma'am.
of streams? The speciality
the
of
code to
streams? Yes,
one line.
Kudus.
It reduces the code to one line.
First point is it reduces the code, and second point is it has predefined methods and it has predefined iterator functionality. So nothing, I can use explicitly. Everything will come along with my stream package. Come with me. Do I want to create a temp list? Do I want to create a separate temp list?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Do I want to iterate separately, or do I want to iterate it to print or to test? No, all these are
No, ma'am.
overcome by my stream API. Let it be. Let it be. Let us do a coding with stream API. The speciality is it will create its own list. Type employee, my stream object 1 is equal to
Import.
yeah. What is my actual list? From actual list, I want to
Filter.
call stream. In stream, I will be calling filter. In filter, I will be filtering based on my predicate. Either you can transfer this right hand side block of predicate over here, or you can pass predicate object. And in order to traverse all the value, you can use for each, and you can
Print.
make your iterator part.
Ma'am, can we use two predicates in a single statement?
Can we use?
Two predicates, like predicates are nothing but conditions.
No, this is just an object. This object I can use it any number of times.
No, I'm saying that let's say we have another predicate object pre1. Can we use that in? Can we use both pre and pre1 in line number 32?
Yes.
How?
What mistake I'm making here?
Maybe interface.
We can check by it contains now string directly instead of filter. I have done that yesterday.
One second. So give me 1 minute time. 1 minute. One second. I'm making any minute mistake with the code. 1 second. I think it's required. It's working. 1 second, I'll show you the output. Don't think like I am using some 7, 8 lines of code. I can comment all these lines. One single line is enough in my streams, that is 33rd line. Even I don't want to create an explicit object. My JS IntelliSense is telling me even this declaration part I can remove it. So it's not required. Yeah. Yeah, output is not a very big deal. The expected output is in front of you. Can you see? So I'm just filtering the sales details alone. The first output is because of functional interface. The last output is because of streams API. Can you compare how many lines of code I have used? So no need to traverse explicitly. Even the explicit object creation of stream is not required. Line number 33 makes sense. And even if you want to remove this predicate object, you can remove it by passing the right hand side parameter over here. This is also valid. Now guys, please excuse me for a minute. Please analyze line number 33. That's all about our stream API. Yes. Yeah. I'm here, Hasib.
Okay, Sangeeta.
Fine. So line number 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, everything has been replaced. All the 5 lines of code has been replaced with one single line. So even explicit object is not required. You can use your actual list. My actual list where I'm holding all the objects. Dot stream, dot filter, whatever the condition I wanted to place, you place a predicate condition over here. Either you can replace with predicate object or you place your condition as such. And our streams is having internal iterator, which is for each, which is also used to do whatever the functionality you want. Mostly we want to print the data. So I am using my for each of my stream API. I'm to iterate all the value and I'm printing all the value. Make a note of it, line number 33. In the old way, we had to do this process by calling test method, traversing all the value, and if the condition matches with predicate, then we will add it in a temp list. All these has been overcome with your streams. Even the temp list is not required. Your iterator of your streams will automatically traverse and match with the condition and filter the data. With that data, output data, we can traverse and you can print the data also. This is old way of FI. This is by using Streams API.
Ma'am, suppose we want to store the data like in the temp list. So do we add the data
Well,
to the
yeah,
list
yeah.
inside the Lambda block or outside before actual list?
I'm just giving a try. Hmm. Um, I will check on it, but guys, listen. So what we did is we are taking the actual list. We are taking the original data and we have applied the condition, whatever the intermediate operation, and we are returning a requirement, that is printable statement on the stream. Instead, if I want to store.
Ma'am, can you add it inside the Lambda block and see if it works?
What?
Can you, while storing, can you add the object in the list inside the Lambda block in a list, in a separate list?
No, that will not make sense. So I can traverse all the stream functionality with the actual data. You're talking about left-hand side.
Yes, ma'am.
My last try, if it is taking time, I'll do separate analysis and I'll get back to you. See here, this is a problem. The Sudeep and everyone. Right hand side, I want it to be stored in a list. The required type based on my program is list. Whatever there in my right hand side, I want to store it in my list object. But can you see what it has been provided? Void. It is not at all returning anything. Stream is not returning anything, whereas it is traversing with all my actual list, and this is a problem. So let me do more research on this storage.
And collect, can you use?
If you remove the print statement, we can.
Instead of for each, can we use add method?
No,
Or
no,
can
I'll
we
put
use collect
semicolon
method,
here.
ma'am?
No.
Now it's another return type, I think.
So now I will make it as streams. Correct. It is working. I know few of you will be confusing. Whomever came along with me when I'm trying the code, hope you will understand this. Instead
Yes,
of
ma'am.
printable statement, if I want to do just a filtering and the actual data needs to be stored, then I can collect in my stream object, what we did like yesterday. If you add collectors or if you add for each, then it is returning void. Correct. So if I want to store my data result in any of my list, then you truncate this for each, because always this for each and printable statement is returning void. So you cannot store anywhere. So this is also possible, or this is also possible. Depend upon the requirement you can use. Here I am filtering as well as printing. Here I'm filtering and I'm storing. Make a note of it. Shall I continue with next operation? These two lines are clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Others,
Yes, ma'am.
Vaishnavi, Shivani,
Yes,
Vivek
ma'am.
Sharma,
Yes,
Kudus,
ma'am.
Palapala.
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay, let us do randomly operation and what is the output I'm getting. So instead of sales, let me change it as IT and let me add one more data. As IT. So now I'm retrieving only IT records. So there were 3 employees under IT. So this is the old way and this is the new way. Listen carefully. Let's do the second operation, which is I want to retrieve only department based on the department which I am passing, but the result needs to be sorted based on employee name. So I want to get only IT department employees where I should get the result based on employee name sorted. Shall we give a try? I should get Akash, Rishikesh and Siddharth in this order. Got the point? So where I have to introduce those pipelined intermediate operation. So I want to filter by department name sorted based on employee name. Are you with me? Shall we try that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes,
So let us filter employee department and the result needs to be sorted based on employee name. So based on 2 records, I want to do an operation. So let me do what this is filtered based on department, filtered department, sort by name. So I'm not gonna to try with the old way. Let us directly try with the streams. So what is the first step we want to do?
Predicate.
I'm copy pasting the same line because anyway from the actual data, I want to initially filtered with my department name. Even if required, you can compare with the actual case or you can ignore the case. So if I want to ignore the uppercase and lowercase, check with your test case. If required, you can call the appropriate method, either equals method or equals ignore case. So initially, I want to filter my employee object based on employee department, whichever the department is matching based on department name. So further to that, what I want to add, what functionality I want to add. Sorted. One second. So further to that, I want to sort based on name. So in streams, we have a method called a sorted.
Comparator, ma'am. Comparator or comparing.
So comparator will take two objects, the object 1 and object 2. So every time I want to, if it is ascending order, take the first object. Get the name dot
Comparative.
it is a string type, so please use compare to. Compare the first name with second name. And if you want to
cases,
huh?
ignore the cases with the compare to.
Okay, so it will not consider any case. So further to that, if you want to store, you can store it in any stream object, or if you want to print, you can print by using for each your object, whatever the data, object will be converted to toString and it will print. I'll check again. I'll come back to my code. 1 minute. I'll check my code. Demo1 object dot filter department sort by name. I want to pass my list, and as usual, I want to sort the name of IT department employees. I'll check and I'll come back to my code. Is it working? The expected output is in front of us. Yes. So these are the 3 employees of IT department. Can you see the output?
Yes, ma'am.
So it has been sorted in alphabetical order. Instead of object 1, if you have changed object 2 and object 1 first, then you will get the reverse order. So I'm getting alphabetical order sorted. Akash, Rishikesh, and Siddharth. Okay, let's come back to the code. So I wanted to print in the same line, actual list dot stream. I'm going to filter based on my employee department, whatever the result I'm getting. With that result, further to that, I want to sort. So I'm taking comparator. So comparator will take 2 objects. So if it is O1 and O2, then it is in ascending order. If it is O2 and O1, then it will get in the reverse order. So once it is sorted, all the data I am printing by using my for each method.
Ma'am, we can directly use sorted method in line 37 also, ma'am.
Everything you can split and even you can use. So even if you want to split into 3 lines, it is possible.
In single line, ma'am. Instead of line 44, we can use in line 37 also. Dot search after department
yes,
name.
yes.
Dot sorted.
I just wanted to have a visibility. I have entered. Actually, this is a continuation of 43rd line.
In the end of the print X, we can collect the data also, na, by using collector.
Yeah.
And then we can
can
pass
have
it
it.
to the new list.
Possible. Take 2 lines. Let's continue with next. I think we missed a map. Let's try on this map. So filter, it will take a collection as an input based on the condition. If I have 10 elements based on the condition, it will return 3 elements. Those 3 elements are matching with the condition. Whereas if you take map will take my collection as an input and it returns another collection as an output based on the functionality which you have defined. Map method returns the stream consisting of result of applying the given function to the element of same streams. So depend upon the functionality which I have defined, my map will take one collection as an input and returns another collection as an output. So no filtering. If I have 10 elements, it will return 10 elements as an output, depend upon the functionality which I have written in my code. I'll try a simple demo, then I'll try for this because we haven't tried map yesterday. Number dot stream dot map just a simple demo for your understanding. So my map will take all the values in my collection. If I have 6 values, so it will traverse all the 6 values based on the map function which I have defined. So my filter will return true or false, but my map, according to the requirement, I can return string, I can return the integer or double based on my input. So I am traversing with all the number. So I am using my map. So it is also a kind of a lazy method. So which will traverse with all the values, and with every value, I'm just summing up with 100. Line number 20, please analysis. So it is also one another intermediate operation where I want to pass one single list object. And if I want to produce another output object according to my intermediate functionality, then I can use map. So based on my function, this is my function. My function is I want each element to be added with 100. Shall we try the same with our employee object?
Yes, ma'am.
So I have 6 values. All the 6 values has been added with 100. You do whatever operation you want. All right. So let me use map. So I want to display only the name. I want to store only the names of employee belongs to IT department using map. So come along with me. Let me give a try. So let me, guys, please listen. Display employee name. Based on given department using map. Display name filtered by employee department. So I'll repeat again. I'm using map interface to collect and store all the data of my list, whomsoever department is matching with IT department. The names alone I'm collecting, I'm storing via my map interface. So traverse with your list, actual list dot stream dot filter. So based on my department name. So whichever the employee belongs to IT department, I'm filtering those records alone. And I'm storing all the records.
M equals to department, not a string.
What? Yeah, here I want to use only names. Correct. I want to retrieve only names. And if you want to display, yes, you can display. So I'm calling map, and map functionality is from the given filtered result, I want to retrieve only the name. And I will be collecting n number of names. If I have 7 employees, out of that 3 employees were matching with IT. Those records are stored in my map functionality. I'm just printing the functionalities alone. Whatever the functionality I'm defining in my map, those collection alone it is storing. So I am passing my object. In that object, I'm doing an intermediate operation as filter. In that filter, again, my functionality, one another intermediate functionality is retrieving only the employee name. Can I able to sort this? Is it possible to sort the map data?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Possible.
Yes, ma'am. It's possible.
Please look into line number 50.
Ma'am, dot equals department name, ma'am.
Yeah. Either hard-coded value or your variable.
After getting employee name, we can sort over there, then we can print.
Possible. These are all intermediate operations. One second. What basis you want to sort name? Did I miss any syntax?
Ma'am, will there be a semicolon at the end?
No, I missed one more clause. Filter based on name. And then with that, I'm sorting. With that sorted record, I am seeing and I'm getting only the names. With that name, I want to.
Flower bracket is missing. Last.
Yes, ma'am.
At the end, ma'am. Not here in this line. After 51.
Okay.
One more.
One more is required. But I have tried, if you have noticed, after map, I tried to sort, it didn't work. Only before map, the sorted is working. That sorted functionality, I want to sort, then I want to apply to my map. So I'm getting the output in the form of sorted order.
But
So I'm
ma'am,
collecting, yes.
but ma'am, why we can sort after mapping?
That's what we need to do analysis. We can check that. I just wanted to try in both the way, but it is working before mapping. Before converting all the data to my map object, I need to do a sorting. So in pipeline, we have to check in ordering of or sequence of this functionality call. So we need to call filter, then sorted, and then map. So whether map can be called before sorting. So filter, map, and sorted, followed with yeah. So we have few terminal operation. So one terminal operation I have introduced, which is for each. For each is used to iterate through every element of a stream. Apart from that, we have something called as collect method. As name implicits, collect method of a stream interface is used to accumulate element of a stream into collection. Let's assume I have stored every filtered data or sorted data in a stream object. If I convert that stream object into collection, I can use collect, the method called as collect. Shall we give a try? I'm gonna to collect my stream to a list, and let us print those streams as a list object. Reduce operation is used to compute the result by using all the element is available in a stream. So like map, reduce is also one functionality based on the function which I have defined. It will populate all the value in my collection and it will truncate according to my requirement. So reduce is mostly used to find the sum of collections or average of collection. Whatever the result applying, it will by default it will added with the previous, and again it will added with the previous, and finally we will get the consolidated output. So let us have a demo on collect. Collect will convert your stream into a collection object. Yeah, there is a sample demo. Please look into this. I have a string list, which is name holding 3 object in my list. Please look into the second method, second line. List of type string result is equal to names dot stream. So I'm taking my source array names dot stream dot filter. I'm just filtering only the starting letter with S. Whatever the collection object I'm having, I am collecting in my another list, collectors dot to list. So now my result is also in another list. It is not a stream. So whatever the result I'm capturing, I am traversing with all my regular list operation. Stream methods can be chained one after another. Filter method produces a stream that is further collected into list by using collect method, which is a terminal operation. So we have something called as terminal operation. After this terminal operation, can I proceed with any other operation?
No, ma'am.
No. Whereas if you look into the previous methods, all comes under the category intermediate operation. So these are all intermediate. One terminal operation is your for each. The other terminal operation is your collect and reduce. Once if you done this, we cannot further add any other operation with your collection. Take a snap of this. You try by yourself. And I will do a collector with my existing employee object. I want all of you to take the snap of this just to convert your stream object to your collector list object, collection list object. What we can do?
And to list method.
So take a snap and try this for a simple demo. And let us do one more. I'll do it in my main method itself. So I have an employee list. So let me apply a stream object and I'll try to get, let's take salary. Whomsoever employee salary is holding 50,000 and above, that I am filtering and again I'm storing in another list by using collector. I'll do it here. Employee details, list of holding, salary greater than 3,000. So please come along with me. So left hand side, it will be a list. So initially we have tried, no, in order to convert your stream to list, please use collector of the type employee. Let's assume I'm creating an temp list 1 equal to right hand side is my actual list. My actual list is employee list. I am calling stream. In my stream, I am filtering. So from here, I'm taking salary, whomsoever salary is greater than 50,000. Shall I collect?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me collect collectors.toList. That's all. So by using temp list, by calling for each, I can call consumer object or I can print directly. So the right hand side is my stream, the left hand side is my list. Converting your stream to list happens with the help of collectors.toList. Converting to list. Yeah, how you are converting array as a list. Likewise, converting your stream to a list. And one another thing, it is called as terminal operation. I cannot further proceed with dot. Guys, listen. I cannot give dot and I cannot continue with any other operation. That is why it has been named as terminal. So out of records, I have 4 employees holding 50,000 greater than salary. It's not even inclusive, greater than 50,000. See here, whatever the stream functionality I have applied, the data is stored in the form of list. So again, I'm collecting, I'm storing it in my list.
Ma'am, in toList parentheses, can we pass the temp list 1 and separate both these lines of left hand side and right hand side?
I don't think it's required. You can make it in one single line.
I'm just asking in case if I want to pass that particular list. So can I pass temp list 1 in the parentheses of toList?
No. No, I don't think. You check. Whatever is coming into your mind, logically and syntactically, it is possible, you give a try. So give me some time. I'll like execute this reduce alone. What can I do with reduce? One last operation. Let me try for reduce. One last try.
Reduce the salary
No, not that reduce. Reduce is something like an aggregate function. So if I want to perform any aggregate function on my collection, then I can use reduce. Let me do a sum or average here. Don't come to reducing in the sense I have 6 data. If I do sum, 6 data will be reduced to 1 data. That is the meaning of reduce. But we are going to do an operation, functionality implementation for my reduce also. But in map, if I have 6 data, I'll be getting 6 as my output if I don't have filter. But in reduce, based on your function body, the total number of records will be reduced. So I'm going to do a repetitive process, and based on my functionality, I'm going to reduce or combine. So I'll simply do function of summing up all the values. So come along with me. So list, let me try. Number dot stream dot reduce. So I need two values. Let's assume n1 plus n2. It needs to return n1 plus n2. It is not traversing. If present, if the data is present in this reduce, it will need to print.
Ma'am, I think this is in main.java. You run, I think, demo 1.
Okay, reduce output. Anyway, I'm gonna to do a sum. Let's assume I'm so number dot stream reduce. So assume this is my data. I'm converting this to integer. Yeah. So please come along with me. I'm sure you are all with me when I tried reduce. I thought reduce as name deplicates based on the functionality which I'm providing in my reduce function. It will reduce my total list into one or two different sets of values. So my intention is I want to do a sum up operation with my given number. So I think this is the actual output. You can see the range. Okay. So I want to do sum up of all the data in my list. So number is my actual list dot stream dot reduce. The first parameter is it will take two parameters. The first parameter is my actual output, which will be stored every time when you are doing a repetitive operation. And the second parameter is your functionality, your predicate functionality. So here I want to take the first two numbers and I want to store the sum over here. Again, the third number 79 will be stored with sum. and then 32, and then 98, and then 23. Every time, the first time when it executes, N1 will be 0, N2 will be 76. And the answer will be stored in 76. If it required, you do an appropriate typecasting. And with 76, 34 will be added, and then 79, and then 32, it will continue till 23. So once it reaches N, whatever the sum you have stored, whatever the value you have stored in that identity will be written. And as I know, it is an integer list, so it returns an integer sum. So I have holded in a variable sum. And this is it will take two parameters. The first parameter is the return value, and the second parameter is your actual functionality. All right. So I'm sharing my sample demo. These are all just for your understanding with string and for integer. And this is with respective to your employee object. So I'm giving you a task, practice this, and according to your requirement, filter and modify. One additional task I'm giving you, by using reduce, can you able to do a sum of all the salary?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I haven't
Yes, ma'am.
tried
Yes,
reduce
ma'am.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
the employee object. I want you to use reduce function of stream and try to do sum up of all the employee salary and print the output. Even it is possible to find the maximum salary also, but I'm just making you just to find sum of all the salary, sum of all the salaries in my employee list. So I'm giving you half an hour time to give a try on point number 1, streams, user defined object, filter method, sorted method, filtered, sorted, what else? Collector, map, and finally with reduce. So these three are terminal operation: collect, for each, and reduce. And sorted, filter, map are intermediate operation. I can use it in between. Just check map will come first or sort will come first. I could not able to apply sort for my map. You check that alone. You do this, followed with we have optional class. So optional class we will have at 11 o'clock. I'm sharing all my code. Try by yourself. And additionally, I want you to try sum of all the salaries of employee. So everyone confirmed their presence. Ramya, you there?
Only Rama is missing.
Yeah,
All the other
that's it.
have
Ramya
joined.
all confirmed. Yeah, Swapnil, I heard you. I was in mail composing. We will use optional. So optional is a different class. We will use it now.
Yeah, ma'am. And also reduce function I'm trying to use for salary, but it's making bad return type.
I see.
Can I share for 1 minute?
Okay.
Here.
We are converting that to list. How you can convert salary sum up as a list? It should be one single scalar value, no?
Yeah, I have later on.
Declare the first parameter. Before I comma j, you declare
zero.
Zero. Because anyway, you're going to do sum. And you delete stream.toList. Keep your mouse cursor on it. Give the control to me. Employees. It is taking only employee type.
Ma'am, is it written in a double value?
Yeah, it is returning only
Yes,
double value.
but the double value. But on the left hand side, we have a list. This is
One second. So let us convert our all the values to double first. One second.
For that, we can use by function.
What is my object? It's employee. I'm converting my employee salary to double, and then let me do it for okay, let's assume x dot get salary.
Can we just write I plus j?
Let's give a try. Then the left hand side will be one single value. It will not be an object. Shall we give a try? Sum of EMP salary. Execute it. Is it roughly correct?
Yeah.
Correct. I want you to try this only. So before converting all the value to reduce, ensure that you are taking only the salary.
Yeah, ma'am.
From stream, you take only salary. That salary list, you do sum up.
Okay.
You will copy that line number 26 and paste it on mentor notes channel.
Okay.
Yeah, that I plus J is correct because we already converted and we are holding only double value.
Yeah. Can I stop?
Yes. Requesting all of you to pay attention. So continue with the last topic for the day, for the course. Optional class. You remember when I introduced this topic, I said two things. One is to again reduce the number of lines of code. The other one is to handle null values. Whenever if you are dealing with a data set, holding null. You remember this data set, tabular column with null values? Guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So to overcome this problem
Yes, ma'am.
of null, so how to deal with these types of null to overcome null pointer exception? So we have optional class. It's a class. So we have a class called as optional class, which is introduced in 8 and later version to encounter null pointer exception when we are holding collection of records with null values. The exception is thrown when we try to access an object holding null value. So before proceeding with the operation on my collection value, my optional class provides a method to check if the value is present or not. And we have a method called as present or not. We will use optional class and we will use present. If it is present, I will do sum, or I will do multiplication, or I will do division. If it is not present, simply I'll ignore. Are you making it sense? Whenever if you are traversing collection of value, you can use optional to confirm whether the data is present. If it is present, you do with operation, else you ignore the operation. So at any cost, it will not throw null pointer exception. But there is a high syntax to be followed. So under optional class, we have various methods. The first way is creating an object for optional. You can create an optional class and followed with you can call various methods. Can you see the list? The first method is empty method. It returns an empty optional object when no value is present. Nothing is present in my stream, it returns empty. So off, it returns specified not null values. So off nullable, it returns an optional describing specified value. If it is not null, otherwise it returns empty optional. So get is used to return the value if it is present. Is present is a Boolean method which is used to check whether the value is present in optional or not. Or else, if the value is present, it will proceed with this. If the value is not present, or else what I want to do. So if it is not present, I am going to else case. In else case, what value I want to get. It returns the value is present, otherwise it invokes other and returns the result of that invocation. So mostly we will use present method, else get and empty method. So please take time, analyze this table. Right. So please analyze the table and just look into the methods and its description. Give me 1 minute. Yes, guys. This girl is troubling me a lot today. So let's explore few of the methods in optional. Yeah. To verify if the method does not throw null value, you need to perform the following. Wrap the object with optional clause. So optional of the type address or employee, object name is equal to optional dot of nullable outer dot get address. So what we are checking? We are taking addresses. So out of addresses, we are ensuring that it is not throwing any null values. In our case, we can take what? Employee department, employee name, employee salary. So optional object can be returned only with the help of method to ensure what? Method does not return an empty collection. So always optional is gonna to return whatever the instance we are returning to optional, everything is based on optional method. So I'm gonna to return all my collection. I'm getting all the address and I'm storing in my object OP. Use the method of optional class to check the method returns value or a not null. So further to that, I can call the method is present or not. If it is present, it will enter into if block, or otherwise it will not enter. So by the way, I can overcome the null pointer exception. So by the way, we can also streamlined. It is not at all returning an empty collection. Always I have a value. So I'm getting the addresses and I'm storing it my optional object. Further to that, I can use any of the method to check whether it is holding value. It is not holding null. A method can also return an optional. So I can have a user defined method where you can return an optional object of the respective type. See here, please look into the method. I think this method is used to filter all the voter list based on zip code. So I'm defining a method find voter by zip code. I am passing my collection and I am passing my zip code. So I just wanted to check whichever the voters belongs to the particular zip code I want to store. Along with that, I want to store all the data in optional object. Can you see? And I want to return these optional object as a return type. So please listen. It's optional. We can go for void also. So just this method is taking all the voter detail and it is checking pin code and it is returning the respective optional object alone. So optional of the type voter class object name equal to, I'm traversing with all the list stream filter. I'm taking the address. In address, I'm checking the pin code. And if the pin code is matches with this, and in order to retrieve the result, in optional provides a method called as find first. In optional, we have a method called as find first. So whenever if you have a collection of value where I want to find the first element in my sequence, I can use find first.
Ma'am, can you explain that find first again?
Yeah, optional provides find first, find any, find last. So let's assume I have voters with some 100 records. Out of that, 10 records belongs to the zip code. Whenever I am passing a collection of records via string, in that it matches with the, here in our case, it is matches with the zip code and it is finding the first element. Depend upon the pin code you are passing, it returns all the voters detail. Find first is a method which will return on optional object. So from my collection, if I want to return back, see what is there in left hand side. My left hand side is optional object. Right hand side is my filter method. Can I assign directly filter method to my optional object? No, it is not possible. In order to convert my right hand side to left hand side object, we will use a method called as find first. So before proceeding with the user defined class, let us have a sample demo on optional with array, a direct array value. Then we will proceed with the same employee object. So let me take number dot stream dot yeah. And first. One second, let me check. I'll check whether the expected output is there with my code. Likewise, we have something called as find any. Find any dot if present. One second. Oh my God, why it is giving me 76 all the time, 0th index? Okay, let's get into more example. We have many methods under optional. So I just wanted to start with showing a demonstration on find first and find any. I've taken an existing list called as number. So yeah, I have rejoined within a second. It got disconnected and rejoined. Guys, are you there? Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we have so many
ma'am.
methods and so many functionality associated with optional. So since we had this find first and the question has been arised on find first, I thought let us do a sample program on our collection. Usually we will do this number or string data. So I used this number data, number list. So in number list, applying a stream where you can apply any intermediate operation also. I just wanted to traverse with all the values. So I used map. You can use map, you can use sorted, you can use filtered. The first two cases I'm taking all the values as it is, but in the last case I'm taking only the values which is greater than 80. So find first, it returns the first element which you have found with the previous filtering condition or map condition or any functional operation. And what is this get? Where we came across with get method?
Get that value.
It comes under which class? Which interface?
Supplier.
Supplier interface. So I just wanted to get, because it's a single value. One single scalar value, I cannot able to iterate. I know it's a single value, find first. So the first value alone I'm capturing and I'm using supplier, because supplier will not, what is the speciality of supplier?
Will not take parameter.
It will not take input,
Not take parameter.
but it returns the output. Here the returning will be the first. Same thing I did for any, but I thought any data from my collection will be thrown, but it is throwing me only the first value. All right. So here I applied the filter condition where I am filtering only the values which is greater than 80. So, and I'm returning first or any, anyway it is going to give 98 because 98 is a only value. Guys, listen, the difference between 25th line and 27th line is here my filter will return a collection. If the collection is exist, so I am checking my filter with the condition is whatever the value I'm holding, it should be greater than 80. If anything is found and if it is present, I'm printing the value. Present will take a collection, whereas find first or find any, it is going to return one single scalar value that you can collect. As I said, various operations we can do with optional. So whatever the tabular column is there in front of you, all the methods you can try, and plenty of ways you can combine your optional, your streams API and your functional interface. Mostly this functional will not come. We will combine your streams and optional in the places to achieve the desired result of our problem statement. So let us do randomly. But the main purpose of optional classes, before traversing with all the value in my collection, I'm ensuring that it is holding not null value. We are ensuring not null is there, null is there. So by checking whether it is having null value, then we are proceeding, or by ensuring there is no null value and we are proceeding. I'll do a simple demo on checking the null and not null. Listen. So I cannot have integer value and I can assign null, because integer will not hold null. So null will be appeared only for your wrapper class. All of you got it? So let's assume I am holding null value for my I. So let me hold j, and j is holding some not null values. Shall we check using optional? I cannot apply to primitive type. I can apply only to my wrapper class. So I'm creating an optional object of the type integer. Optional 1 is equal to, so I can call any of the optional class, and everything falls under static method. What is the use of off? Optional.off will throw null pointer exception when I pass any null value. Please look into the tabular column. We have empty method, we have off method. Empty returns an empty optional object when no value is present. When it is empty, when optional is empty, then it is okay. Then it is returning an empty object. What is this off method is doing, guys? Please come along with me for the description. What is this off is doing?
Returning the non-null values.
So it is used to specify only not null value. So whereas if I want to specify null value also, I can use this off nullable. It returns optional when it is not null, otherwise it returns empty object. So always use off nullable rather than off. So let me show you with both off and off nullable. So what will happen to I? System.out.println. Let me call optional and I'm checking whether it is present or not. Or let me check whether it is empty or not. Why it is throwing null pointer exception? Can you see the output? It is throwing null pointer exception in line number 32. Why?
I is null.
Because off method, if you pass null value, it will throw null pointer exception. So you can overcome. I will suggest don't use off, go for off null, off nullable. So off nullable I, so it will not throw exception. If you have a value, it will take the value, or it will take nothing, empty value. So I am holding optional with null value. It is checking whether it is empty or not. No, it is not empty. It is having the variable I, holding whether Optional is present or not? No, it is holding null value. So it is resultant as E is empty true and E is present false. It is not present and it is empty because it is holding null value. What will happen if I change it as J? What would be the output of E is empty and E is present?
False and true.
False and true. Because it is empty? No, it is holding some memory. And whether the data is present? Yes, it is present, true. So we have off method, E is empty, E is present, off nullable. Find first, find any. I'll show you another interesting method. Wait. Integer k is equal to optional 1 dot or else new integer of 200. Tell me what is the value in k? We have another, I can say an interesting method, or else. It returns if the value is present, otherwise it returns the other value. So what is there in optional 1? Is there any value in optional 1?
100.
Yes. So it will take 100. If I execute, what would be the value in k?
100.
100. If in case, if it is not j, I am putting I.
200.
So if you have a value, it will take the respective value, or otherwise it will take the else value which I have passed. So it will take 200. So here boxing is not required. I can directly pass 200 because optional is also belongs to the type integer. So I can use, so if I want to get the value in optional, I can use optional dot get. So just to get the value which is there in my optional. So I don't have any value in optional, so it is throwing me an exception. Instead of I, let me make it as J. So then it will give me a meaningful output. Guys, for your information, I am swapping the value between I and J. So what will happen if optional is holding null? If the optional is not holding null? Based on that, the entire other method operation might get changed. Is empty, off, nullable, get, is present, or else. You try for or else get. You pass whatever the value you want. You can get from the external suppliers. Okay, let us combine our streams and optional. And let's proceed with any of the operation. I'll go to employee name. I know I have nearly how many data? 7 data. None of the data is null. Let me pass some null data. I'll ensure that the previous execution is not, yeah. 1 second. See, I cannot proceed with any of the null value with my existing program because none of my operation will accept whatever the functionality, filtering or checking equality with null. It will throw null pointer exception. Can you see? When you pass a data with null value within a, for any simple operation also, when you try to traverse with all the value, when you are doing a comparison with null, can you see what exception is getting arised? Null pointer exception. As a programmer, I have a control on my program. Do I have a control on this data?
No, ma'am.
No. I may, so let's assume you are a programmer. You have assigned a project stating that you want to do an employee management system. The company person is going to provide you an employee record. So in that, one person is a newly joined and he has not updated his some of the records. As a programmer, we don't have any control with the data set. We can control our Java code. We don't have any control with the data set. I know all the data is in front of me. Assume like the same data is present in a file or a database. At that time, I don't have a control. In such situation, you have to use optional. All right. So I'm creating another demo2 Java file just to deal with these null values. One second, I'm giving a try. It's required. I'll create one another class holding null. So optional string optional 1 is equal to optional dot of nullable. I'm gonna to get employee list dot okay, then I want to traverse. So I'll complete and then let's have discussion. Name. My God, he's present. It's working. So I'm displaying all the employee names.
Executed, ma'am.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm taking an employee record. I have nearly 8 records. So I'm displaying all the employee names. So with value as well as with null values. So whereas from all the employee values, I want to retrieve only not null values so that in future, if I perform any operation, comparison operation with equals, filtering operation, then in order to overcome the null pointer exception, we can use optional clause. So when you traverse with all the employee and when you print, you will get values including null. Whereas if you use optionals of nullable method, of nullable is only to get not null values. Of is used to get only null values. See, I'm just displaying an employee detail without null. I'm getting only 7 records. Fine. The first block is I'm just traversing with all the value. I'm getting the employee names. Whereas in second block, I'm traversing with all the data in my list. I am using my optional. And what data I'm going to filter? I'm going to take only string data. Optional object equal to optional dot of nullable. So I'm getting the first employee name and I'm checking whether it is null or not. If it is null, it will not store. If it is not null alone, it will store. So it will store the record. I'm checking whether it is present, value is present or not. If the value is present, I'm printing the record. If the value is not present, I don't want to do any operation. This is just an example. In future, if you want to do any comparison or you want to filter based on department name, or you want to compare with your sorting, to overcome null pointer, you can check whether you are pulling only the not null values, then you can proceed with the operation. Shall I continue with next demo? So initially I'm checking if the null value is present. I'm not at all taking null value using optional. I have 8 employee record. Out of that, 1 is null. I'm truncating null by using optional. Can I replace null with any other value? Let's assume 31 employee is having null. Can I replace with null? Can I replace null with any other value? Guys, you there or not? Shall I continue or we will continue later? The topic, it looks like a complex topic, but actually the logic behind the topic is simple. Adesh, Abhilash.
Yes, please.
So the first operation, what I did is I'm retrieving the only employee record holding not null values. Can I do the next operation wherever I have null? Can I replace with any other value?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me make this employee also holding null value. So whomever is having null value, let us replace. So how to replace?
Or else.
Very good. Or else I can use. So if I execute the program again, so I have 7 employees, 8 employee records holding 2 nulls. So I'm truncating all the null. So I'm getting only 6 records of having employee name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace with some standard value. So see here, the next operation is I am going to replace null names with some message. I'm going to replace null names. Replace name holding null with some constant text. Yes.
Employee not found.
Not like that. Something like not specified, not known. Okay. Again, you traverse with everything and you get the name. So I'm just getting null. Optional 1 dot Wait. So wherever it is getting null, or else I'm just passing the message as not specified. This left hand side is not required. X dot, 1 second. I'm gonna to replace with the value. So generate setter method. I'll give a try. So by you. So I wanted to set the value for my employee name. I'm just giving a try. So I have added setter method for all the variables. By using the current object, I am calling set employee name. In that, if it is null, I'm gonna to specify with this. I'm not sure.
Ma'am, we cannot directly like in or else we can set.
It's working. Yeah, you can put, but
It's not
can
present,
put.
then set with the not specified.
I didn't get your question. See, we are into this discussion of replacing the value. There I have introduced. I didn't know that whether it has been null or not at the time of initialization. I may get the data from various resources.
What I'm saying is like you kept everything inside set. I'm telling just to set for the, if it is null, then set not specified.
And how come it works in your model class? In model class, the purpose of this is to set and get. There I cannot able to do. I may pass any not null values in the beginning. The purpose of set is wherever I want to set the value of the current instance with respective to the value, I can set. I don't know whether I have answered you or the question I have not got. You are telling that at the beginning itself, if the value is a null, you are going to set it as not specified.
No. I'm not saying that, ma'am. Just you have done
Tell
x
with an
dot
example.
set. You have done x dot set emp name. Instead of doing x dot set emp name,
Inside or else.
let it remain like optional dot of none nullable, and in else part or else there can be set emp like not specified inside the parenthesis.
Inside parenthesis, what you want to specify here?
Set TMP name as not specified.
What is the
Yes.
purpose? Because this x dot get name itself, it is pulling only the string type. So we need to replace only a static string value, hard coded value. See here, optional dot off nullable. I am retrieving employee name. So if I traverse the data, it will take the first data. If the data is there, it will not come to else. Only after Siddharth, when it comes to null, then it is going to else part. Here I want to specify only the string. I cannot pass any other method. I can use getter method, where the getter method needs to return a string. So yeah, so these are the purpose of getter and setter. Wherever I want to set, I can use setter method, but at the time of object creation only constructor is used to set. Anytime if I want to retrieve the value based on object, I can use get. Yeah, I'm setting the value. If it is nullable, I'm replacing with not specified. So when you execute, so whichever the employee name is null, I am replacing with the hard-coded values not specified. I'm leaving to you. So depend upon your requirement in an application, you can replace. All right. Please look into line number 24, 25, 29, and 30. Okay. Shall I, the previous operation, but don't forget we are dealing with null value. I'm going to repeat an operation which what we discussed in the morning. So I want to fetch and display only the IT department. IT department employee records alone I need to retrieve. So I'm copy pasting the code. Listen, system.out.println filtering details of IT department. So here my list is EMP list. In my employee list, I'm applying stream filter. I'm getting department code, which is equivalent to IT. I'm sorry, it's a string. Whomsoever belongs to IT department, I need to retrieve their name alone. Whatever the operation I did in the morning, I just copy pasted the code. You remember this one line code? Of first method, I just copy pasted the code, but the code is resultant as exception, null pointer exception. Why?
We have null value.
Yes, it starts comparing from HR, first record. HR, admin, IT, sales, IT. When it compare IT with null, it is throwing null pointer exception. Again, I'm telling we don't have a control on the data set. We have a control on programming. So in order to overcome this null pointer exception, I need to ensure only I'm going to compare, do a comparison operation for my not null values by using optional class. Shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm filtering details of IT employee with optional so that, see here, I can avoid this null pointer exception. So create an object of optional of the type employee. Here I'm going to deal with employee object. So let's say optional 2 is equal to in my employee list. I am going to apply stream. I'm going to filter. One second. Filtered IT, and I'm gonna to
optional of none.
Yeah, let us first find and then we can check. So let's check one by one. If my optional 2 is, you can check whether it is present, whether it is empty. So I want to proceed only if it is present. Or I can directly print easy.
Um,
Yeah, I'm thinking.
After just IT, we can put that optional of nullable X, like we can set over there only.
Even this line is not required. So I want only so then I need to compare two record. So whichever the name is having not null, that name alone I'm checking my department code. I slightly modify my code, or this might be a simple one. Anyway, the last line will be null pointer exception. Optional of the type employee, optional 2. Wait, so let me get only the names first. So I'm gonna to traverse with my list. So let me get only the names. In my employee list, any logical mistake. See, I want to retrieve only not null values of employee records who belongs to IT department.
Go a little bit down.
Yeah, I'll modify. Let me make it simplified. So I just wanted to compare. Even if I do here, what is happening?
Ma'am, it's employee name. Ma'am, I think it's a problem with the object of optional class.
No. I think I need to modify my employee object in such the way of null.
It could be optional string should be of optional employee because you are operating on employee data set. You have taken string on the left hand side.
Thanks. So I'm traversing, I'm getting only the salary.
It could be also like this optional. What we are trying to is the Boolean method, and we are trying to get.
Wait, give me 1 minute time. I'll try to resolve. So this line number 34 is powerful. So based on the result of 33, it needs to take only if the value is present. Only the value is present if its employee department will be matched and we are getting the result. Or else, 1 second, let me try this else block. Else, if it is empty, is empty. Simply I'll print like empty. Give me, this line needs to be corrected. Or I will take my employee salary is also correct. Wait. So I'm gonna to get department name, and the department name is equal to manager. Assume like there is no manager. I am adding a manager, but the manager is holding null record in a name. Set situation. I'm getting the name. Yes. Instead of manager, one minute, it's working. Instead of manager, if I provide sales, there were how many sales? I am not getting. So listen, let me modify string. Wait. All right. So requesting all of you to pay attention. So I have converted this to string. The same thing, let us try with employee object. I will change this to filtering details of salary greater than 50,000. So I assume like voluntarily I am making any of the salary as null. Anyway, I cannot pass null. Let's see. Optional 3. Come along with me. One more try I wanted to make. So here I am getting my salary and I'm checking whether it is greater than 550,000 or not. I cannot pass number. Name starting with H.
And in the if statement.
Yeah, 3.
And in the printing also.
Yeah, 3. See, I just wanted to show you. Let me make it simplified. I don't want to take much time of you. See, as I said, these data sets can be passed from any different type of data. By the way, I have handled employee with all the wrapper class type, integer string. If you have handled, for example, you remember, I can define my own user defined type in my class. You remember our bookstore example?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
employee with address. Yeah, same example, book and employee. So book is holding author class. Likewise, employee can hold one another address class. For that, you need to define a separate Java class as address, and that address can hold any number of records. In such situation, for employee name, for employee department, for address, I can pass null. Nowhere I cannot pass null to my employee ID and salary. That is why I'm restricting my filtering only based on name and department. So I'll make as simplified code. Even I don't want to make much time. If I want to try anything more and advanced, I'll do it myself and I'll share the code in the evening or in the afternoon session. So I have modified my data set holding some null values here and there. I'm having employee name null, 2 nulls, and I have 1 employee department with null. So usually whenever if you are doing for comparison, for example, equals, these are all string. Whenever if you are making any comparison with string methods, equal method starts with, equals, ignore, compare to, anywhere if you deals with null, it will throw a null pointer exception. So even though if I want to do a comparison by ignoring a null pointer exception, you can use optional class. So line number 32, I'm just retrieving an employee department of sales. So what I need to do, I need to traverse with all my records, and every time I want to compare with sales. So by using optional, I can avoid this null pointer. So I'm comparing with sales and I'm storing the record. If the data is present, if it is not null, I'm printing the record. If it is not null, it will not come into my if block at all. By the way, I'm ignoring. So if you take the first optional class, so I am filtering the department. I am filtering the employee name of IT department. So it starts comparing from all the departments, starting from. Did I made any change? So here I made as IT. Oh my God, I'm making it as sales. Okay. So let's assume I want to filter only the records of sales. So if you take department, it takes employee department sales. So sales has been compared, even though it compares with null also, it ignores because of nullable is present method. So sales record, sales department, we have an employee name Prashant. And likewise, I want to compare with the name starting with the letter H. So it is comparing. And if you take second name, Harsh is compared with, the condition gets matches and it is returning the name Harsh. By the way, I just wanted to say that in my optional class, it will ignore all my null values. So only if it is present, I'm going to retrieve. If it is not present, it will not enter into the block. By the way, you can avoid null pointer exception. So further to that, if I want to do any filtering or any sorts of operation, intermediate operation with the result, I'm doing it parallelly. And then I'll share the code with you. Let us have an explanation if we add any more intermediate operation with my optional. So listen. So these are the various methods. So they are continuing with the concept demo. Write a program to determine the voter eligible for voting for a given voters list. So voter class should consist of proper address. Can you see, we need to eliminate the voter who does not have proper address, which is null value. Is it possible to display all the invalid voters whose address is null? Is it possible to display only the null values?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible that we have already tried? Is it possible to replace the null value with dummy values?
Yes, ma'am.
Possible.
Yes, ma'am.
So if the name or any of the value is null, yes, it is possible to throw an exception. Depend upon the zip code, we can find the voters list. Assume like we have an voter class and we have an address class. So no worries, you can proceed with our employee object itself. If required, you can add employee address object. In address, you can have street name, city name, zip code, as well as door number. If you have provided any of the null value here, by using optional, you need to truncate it. So just do a sample practice on these optional classes with the existing data we have. with the existing data. So try to find out the record holding null value alone, record holding not null value. If it is null, is it possible to replace with any standard dummy values? That is also possible. So I want all of you to try 2 or 3 optional object. So that's all. So with this reference, you can complete your today's sprint. So you can directly try your logic with optional with today's sprint. I'm sharing my updated code to you. So I have tried in demo 2.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, I think it was a issue because of the dot filter, because filter, I think it's in a Boolean type, and we were not using dot map. That why it was getting a problem over
So
there.
yeah, you try with this existing example. Quickly, I'll create, as I said, any other address reference and we'll do some demos.
Okay, ma'am.
I'll give a try. So also wherever it is required, you need to convert to appropriate list type. We want to try.
Okay, Siddharth, I'll send you the request. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I've sent you. Please join.
Guys, let's go on a lunch break. So go have your lunch, come back around 2 o'clock. Please go on a lunch, come back at 2. It's the same in the Hope you all back. Please confirm that you are back. And I just wanted to show you one last demo so that you can proceed with your sprint. Anurag, Harsh, Praveen, please confirm. Vivek. I can see a new user, Jayashri. Jayashri.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I got.
Are you a transferring?
Yes, ma'am. I got transferred here from Wave 23.
Okay. Jayashri, you wait. I'll talk to you separately.
Okay, ma'am.
You stay in the session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So, before rolling out today's sprint, continuation of our optional interface, I created a demo program. So what we discussed in the beginning of our OOPS, I created book class. So book class it's an heterogeneous type holding a string, holding an integer and another object as a data member. And the third is an author object of user defined class. So generate your constructor, get set and toString. But book is holding three different data member. One is of string type, the other one is integer, the other one is author type. So author I declared a class and followed with two data members, which is author name and author pen name. So in main, I have created object for author. So I have created one author and that author object are assigned to book. I have Java book of 200 by its respective author name and price. I have second book, which is Harry Potter of price belongs to J.K. Rowling. So I have added two book object in my list. If any of the case the list is holding null value, my optional will return else part. So I'm just traversing all the data in my list. So it returns both the books. There were two books. Listen carefully. I have applied few filtering and sorting process. The first process is sorting the data based on book name. So book name is an attribute of book class. So you can do sorting directly by fetching your book name, get book name. Whereas if you want to do any operation on your author name or author's pen name, you need to take the reference of your author object followed with you need to call the respective get method. So listen, initially line number 17 and 18, after adding those two book object to the list and my list name is list1, line number 17 and 18, I'm just traversing all the value in my list and I'm printing the record. Followed with line number 20, I'm sorting the data based on book name. So list stream sorted, get the book number, use comparator, sort it, convert that to list. If you want, you can use any terminal operation. If you want, you can use for each and you can print. Or if you want to collect it in another list, you use collect method, one another terminal operation. So this is a direct way. So in my book object list, I wanted to sort based on book name. Whereas if you want to sort the data in a list based on author pen name. So call stream sorted, use comparator. Here, whenever if you are sorting, use get author's author name, which will be compared with second object author's author name and convert that to list. So whenever if you are taking the reference of author name and author pen name, you need to capture it with the help of get author. Because author class is a separate user defined class holding author name and author's pen name. Assume like I want to retrieve the data of the respective book name and the respective author's pen name. So guys, listen, the third one is unique. Let us try with optional. So let's say I have book holding Java, book name, price, and author object is having author name and author pen name. So I'm having Java book detail and Harry Potter book detail. So let's assume I want to do a fetching of data based on book details as well as author details. So here I have tried, I want to compare with book name as well as author's pen name. So if I pass Java and if author's pen name is provided, then I want to find it out. If it is returning null, if I don't have a record, it should show the respective optional is empty or not. I'll repeat again. So let us filter the record based on two different data passing. One is direct variable, the other one is referenced variable. In such case, you can use list, stream, filter. So you traverse all the data. So get your book name, compare with whatever the book name you wanted to get, and operator, because I want to compare with two conditions. And the other condition is with respective author's pen name, it needs to match. And we are calling find first method of optional class. If the data is available, data is present without null, I'm printing the object. Else, I'm printing optional is empty. We are calling an empty method. If the data matches, it will return the respective object, or otherwise it returns an empty object. I'll show you an output. I'm sure the output and the program is not new to you. Only thing is, whatever we have tried with employee object, the same has been tried with book and author. So I have two book details. So book is holding book name, price, and author. Author is another referenced class. Then I'm sorting based on book name. So alphabetical order, book name has been sorted. Author's pen name has been sorted in alphabetical order. So followed with the book name, it should matches with Java, and its pen name needs to be matches with JG. So whichever the data I have passed. I'm sharing the code, and there is one sprint for today's session, which is the last sprint. You need to do with combination of streams and optional. I'm sharing the URL. I'm giving you 5 minutes time to read the problem statement and refer the source. Just analyze what needs to be done. We'll discuss on the same. Practice statement cricket tournament. For an international cricket tournament, data of the cricket players participating from different countries has been collected. You need to search, analyze, and extract the information from the list. Listen carefully. There were some tasks you need to do with respective method. You will be provided with a country and a name. Given a country and the name, we need to find the cricketer from the entire data list of cricketer player. We will be provided with the list. So in my data list, I need to match the country name and the player's name. Sort the list of cricketers, sorting in alphabetical order based on their names belongs to the particular country. Let's assume I have passed India. So in India, there might be some 7 players. So 7 players data needs to be sorted based on names. Search for the cricketers who have played more than 50 matches. Find the cricketer who have scored the highest run for their country, maximum runs for their country. So like book, author, there were two classes. One is cricket class, the other one is country model class. You need to complete it. So let me open cricket. Yes. Cricket class is holding cricketer name, matches played, total runs. So you need to find maximum runs by the player, highest score and country object. So country is a user defined type. Cricket class is having 5 different data. 4 belongs to predefined type, 1 belongs to user defined type. So there is name, match play, total run, highest score. I don't think much details will be there for country. In country, there is country code and name. That's all. Country is having country code and country is having name. Don't confuse with cricket name and country name. Okay. So yeah, complete your getter, setter, constructor and toString.
Ma'am, constructor is already present.
Yeah. If required, you add no argument constructor. See, there is no main method. Keep this in such the way. Don't make mistake in your modular. So line number 10. Public return type is optional. So you need to create an optional object. For optional class of the type cricket, you need to create an object. And you want to return that object. If it is present, you will return an object. Else you will return an empty object. What needs to be done? You will be passing a cricket list holding all the data of the type list. So based on the cricketer name, based on the country name, you need to filter the record and you want to return an optional object. So given a country and a name, so you will be providing cricketer name and you will be providing country name. Yeah, you need to use AND operator only. You will filter the data available in your cricket list and you need to return optional object. So if it is present, you will return optional object. Don't come to conclusion for everything you need to return optional object. No. You will be creating an optional object, go for matching. If it is present, you return. Don't print, you return optional. Else you will return optional.empty. Don't come to conclusion all the time it is returning empty. Is it possible to complete the first task?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. And second one is simple. Even you can do it with streams. Sort the list of cricketers in alphabetical order of the names belonging to the particular country. So they have passed a country name. So let's assume if I pass India. So in the list, there were some 7 cricket players under the country India. Those players' name alone you need to sort. Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the first intermediate operation you need to do? Guys, streams. What is the first operation we need to do with this task?
Filter.
Filter.
Or by country name.
Yeah, you need to filter based on country name. Then you need to retrieve. You can use map also. And then you want to sort based on player's name. So filter the record first. Out of, for example, 20 records, you will retrieve 7 records of the respective country. Then you need to, with that 7 record, you need to sort based on names. So don't forget the first intermediate operation is filtering. And rest are all simple. Search for the cricketer who have played 50 matches. It's simple. So by using filter, they have already they have passed list. We know we need to get only 50 matches. So you directly filter with greater than 50. Find the cricketer who have scored highest run for their country. They have provided an entire list. For every time you need to take this list. and they have provided a country name. You need to find the highest run. According to me, the first one alone, you do it with optional because it is required here. Remaining, you can do it with streams or optional. I don't have a problem. So complete within an hour. Hardly every function requires 1 or 2 lines of code. That's all. Here I am. Anywhere you got struck, hint or help required, please call me. Try to complete this within another 1 hour so that now we can continue with our revisiting route planner project. All your hands. Saurav, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So please handle main room. I'm going to breakout room along with the Jayashree.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Jayashree, I'm giving a request to join in breakout room. Please join.
Okay, ma'am.
Adesh, did you call me?
Yeah, have you sent that book and author form?
Yeah, I'm about to send. Thanks for reminding. Sent.
Okay, learners, finish this sprint quickly. If any help needed, just call me in this room.
Yes, sir.
No, what is routes dot Java and what is Pojo class?
This is the empty class.
Okay.
This is the model class. I'm extracting the data from the file, but I don't know why my return type is not taking as this kind of list.
Okay. Take the cursor on routes, on top of the routes. Yeah, no, on the top one. No. The error list routes. AWT, you have, I think you have, just go up.
Up where, sir?
Yeah, AWT package.
What is this?
You have to import the java.util.list package, not AWT package.
Okay. What? Okay, thank you.
It's gone. Okay.
Those who have completed the sprint, you can start with the project route planner using Java 8 features and collection. I'm sharing the URL. One second.
Ma'am, I have a doubt. Can you share your screen?
Yes, Sudeep, share. So guys, I am sharing the PDF of that revisit project document. 1 minute. This is courses. 1 minute, Sudeep. I'm copy pasting the project. Yes.
Ma'am, there is a return type.
Correct. Wait. So I'm okay with your 20th line, 21st line. Use map interface. Use map. Sorted, filtering, everything should be there in your line number 20. So you match with the country name, filter it, and sort based by name, collect it as a list. Then convert the list to map based on the name. Who's this? Sudeep. Got it?
Yes, yes.
Right. So I have shared the PDF of revisiting route planner project. Please look into the same, those who have completed. Adesh, why you raise your hand?
That is by mistake.
Okay. Hope you all back. Please confirm and requesting all of you to pay attention. I've shared this PDF to you all. Course 5, the last sprint. revisiting mini route mini project, which is route planner. Input data remains same. That all the 4 tasks remain same. But you need to use collections and Java 8 feature. Instead of array, we need to use collection. And in order to do task 2, task 3, and task 4, you need to use Java 8 features. You can use functional interface, streams, and optional. Nothing to change with. So task, the first task, you need to write a program to read the flight route information in CSV, store the information in a list called as route info. Display the details of flight route information from the file using Java 8 feature. So you need to display all the detail. Define the second method, which is show direct flight, by passing your array list object and from city. So based on from city, you need to match and you need to display whichever the flight information details matching with the from city which you have passed. If you don't find flights with the respective from city, you need to pass this error message. If you have specified Delhi, you should get Delhi, whichever the flight starting from Delhi. So the task 2, 2 cities needs to be sorted in task 3. Task 4, given the source city and destination, you need to find out the connecting air as well as intermediate cities. First, list the direct routes. Next, list the routes that having intermediate connection. If there is no flight available, you need to display the appropriate. See, as per the sample output they have provided. So if you give Delhi and London, I should get Delhi, London flight as well as connecting flight, Delhi, Frankfurt, Frankfurt, London. So again, I'm telling you, all the tasks remain same, data remains same. And what I want to say, yeah, one more thing, as per the output they have shared, there is only one intermediate connecting flight. If it is London to Sydney, one direct flight, London to San Francisco to Sydney, one stop flight. Don't need to think 2, 3 and all. It's very important, same concept. You create a project, there is no boilerplate. Routes.csv you can retrieve from the previous project and create a flight class, add constructor, getter, setter. You need to use only collection to store the data, and for operation you need to use Java 8 features. This time you need to submit and present the project. So I will start the presentation tomorrow based on your completion. So let's assume tomorrow 10 of you have completed. You can give the presentation on Friday. The rest can give it on Saturday. So why I'm giving? Because it's already done. All the flight, CSV, flight class, everything you can copy paste, including your main. Only thing is, even you can copy paste all the operations. You change the body part of all the function with Java 8 features. So when you are presenting, you need to create a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not going to give any hint for PowerPoint presentation. I'm leaving to you. Based on your presentation, I'll update you what are all the changes needs to be in common. Whenever if you are giving presentation, there should be a proper title, your details, objective, modules, and technologies you have used, and explanation of modules. Additionally, something if you want to make it new, make it. You need to present your PowerPoint presentation. If required, coding needs to be explained based on the mentor requirement. So tomorrow afternoon I'll start. So try to complete it tomorrow so that you can enjoy your weekend. Else you need to complete your presentation by this weekend. Monday I'm starting with RDBMS and SQL module, course 6. Still
Ma'am,
many.
class diagram is also required.
It's not required.
Okay, ma'am.
Not required for this project. If you want, you can put no wrong in that. Who is this? Someone said want to connect. Harshad, shall we connect in breakout room?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to connect or you have resolved that error?
No, ma'am. I want to connect.
All right. So please join in room 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Asif sir, please take care.
Yes, Sangeeta. So those all of you who have completed that sprint, please upload your link in the Google Sheet. I think most of you have completed, right? The cricket sprint. So without any further delay, push your code, make us maintainer, and share the link in the sheet. All of you. Gaurav? Yeah, your cricket sprint is done, right?
No, sir. Last part is remaining.
Sorry?
Last part remaining, sir.
Last part remaining. Okay, once you have done with it, please share your link. Okay. What about Shubham Alam? Have you done it?
Last task is remaining, sir.
Last task. Which one? That last task, last function?
Highest score.
Highest score. Okay, okay. Okay, fine. If you require any help, let us know. Let me know.
Yes, sir.
Vivek, only Vivek.
Doing, sir. Doing.
Still doing. Okay. So by end of today, you just finish it off, and while doing, if you require any support, let me know, so that by end of today, we are done with that sprint, and we'll be sharing our link to the sheet.
Okay, sir.
Jitesh, what about you, Jitesh?
Yes, sir. Current sprint?
Current sprint, that cricket sprint.
I have done.
Done. No, did you share your link? Did you upload the project?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, fine. Okay. Tejas?
Yes, sir.
Done. Have you shared your link to the sheet?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Joel?
Yes, sir.
Done. Okay. Rushikesh? What about Rushikesh?
Doing, sir.
Have you done the current sprint where you'll be using the stream and filter interface for working on a collection cricket?
Doing, sir.
Doing. Okay. How many functions you have completed, Rushikesh, till now?
2.
2. Okay. Another 2 is pending. Okay. Fine. 1.5 hour there is still. You just try to make it out. Sukrit, what about you, Sukrit?
Sir, I'm doing it. I wasn't present the last few days. So
Okay. Okay. So what do you do if you miss some theory? You just start seeing the recording in the tomorrow morning. It will get uploaded. Start seeing whichever portion you have not present, and then got that concept done, and then you work on it.
Yes.
Swapnil?
Yes, sir. I'm doing last part.
Last part you are doing. Okay. So Dev?
Sir, I need help on task 4.
Sorry, Sudeep, your voice is low.
I need help in the last module.
Last module you need help. Okay, you share your screen.
So this part.
Yeah, what is it? Get high score.
I have
Okay.
created the country name.
See what you do. You can. There are several ways you can achieve it. Okay. So the my way of doing it. What get the object, cricket object, where the highest score is there. And then from that object, you call the get high score and return that. So for that purpose, what would be the solution? Cricket list dot stream dot filter x get country. No. See, it should be x date get country get name. This one. After this dot get name. No. Yeah, got get name. Then dot equals. Then your country name, the parameter variable name. Okay. Okay, that is the thing. Then you go for close the parent filter. Okay, this is this. Close the filter parenthesis. Dot. Go for reduce. Yeah. Click on that. In the reduce, you create. You have a 2 parameter of cricket object. No, don't give parenthesis now. Yeah, okay, yeah, give parenthesis. Yeah, cricket A space, comma, cricket B. Two object has a 2 parameter, 2 cricket object. Cricket A, comma, cricket B. Now you give arrow sign after the parenthesis. Yeah, here you write, I want to get the high score. For that, I require comparing of all the high score through loop internally by the reduce. So that how can be possible? A dot get high score. A dot get high score.
Yes.
Yeah, greater than B dot get high score. So internally, all the high score would be checked when which is greater, that object it will return. Then semicolon. And no, sorry, question mark. No, question mark there only. After the closing parenthesis, after
I don't know why clicking on this.
No, click in between and then you use arrow key. Yeah, okay. Go after close. Yeah, question mark. A colon B. And then parenthesis closed for reduce. Parenthesis closed for reduce.
Already closed it, no?
No, 2 times you have to close. No, one is for reduce. Okay, yeah. Then you go for dot get function. Get open and close parenthesis. Yeah, is it okay? Is it throwing any error or it's code is fine?
Yes, no sir. The get part is throwing error.
Okay, before get you reduce 1 parenthesis. Before dot of get.
Yes, that's but the last one.
Last one is also extra. Yeah, last one you remove.
Yes.
No. Yeah, somewhere parenthesis issue is there. Okay, it is telling it is required integer, but providing cricket. Come to the left hand part of this line. Come to the left side of the equal to. There you cricket highest. Object, you create an object highest, not integer highest. Cricket highest. Yeah, in a return statement, you do highest dot get high score.
Okay.
So you are getting the object which is having the high score. From that object, you are returning the high score value.
Okay.
No, highest dot, yeah, highest.
Yes, no, highest dot.
Get high score. Yes. Yeah, that's it. Now try it out.
No, I have to know. I listen to it, but I have to understand it myself.
Yeah, you take your time. If you're not understanding, let me know. I'll help you out.
Only need to see the reduce part. Maybe two objects.
If A is bigger, then return A. If B is bigger, return B. And these A and B will traverse all the cricket object in the list. That is the concept.
Okay, get it, sir. Get it, get it.
Get it now? Okay, fine.
Yes, sir, yes.
Fine. So immediately after completing this print, you have to update the sheet with a link. Don't forget it, okay?
Sir, can you explain me the sequence of the second task? Just the
Yeah,
sequence.
open
I
it,
want-
share it, share it. Share your window. See, what is the second task? From the beginning, you show me.
I just
Yeah.
don't know how to use the map. Which part?
Yeah, see, map is the, see, I'll tell you. Suppose you, what is it? You have an employee class. You just understand what I'm telling. You have an employee class. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if I tell in an employee class, you have a name, age, and salary. Fine.
Yes.
Now, if I tell you, give me the name of the person whose salary is more than 5,000. What is the problem statement? From the employee class, I want the employee object whose name, I want the name of the employee whose salary is more than 5,000. So criteria is one. Why? Where?
Criteria is salary.
Yeah. So that should not be the map. Map should be what? What I want to fetch. But map should be name and criteria should be salary. Getting?
Okay.
Okay, so what means after after implementing the criteria, you got a filtered list. From the filtered list, you are going to map the name because that you want to get it back.
Okay, so I have to use the map. Use map after this.
Yeah, after filtering, what output you want to get it back, where which may not be the field where you have applied the criteria. Got it?
Okay, sir. This is. I think this is the right place for using the map.
That you need
Yes,
to check it
sir.
out. Yeah, try it out. Let's see.
No, I have to use it.
No, after find first, you cannot do it. Before, remove the find first. It should be after map. After the filter, you use map. After filter.
Just after the filter.
Just after the filter, yes. No. Where it no filter is equal country name is a part of the filter. No.
Yes, sir.
Just you remove the find first from before map.
Okay.
Yeah, this part because this should be the last.
Sir.
Yeah, then go to the what is the error it is showing?
No. This part is incomplete because x dot what parameter are you using?
Now you go to scroll right. Let's see what is happening there.
This part is incomplete.
This plus is incomplete, right? Yeah. X, so it should be like what? X arrow, X dot sorted. It is like this.
No. X dot. It's a wrong syntax.
It's a wrong syntax. Yes. One second, I'll just check it out. The maps sorting syntax. Just 2 minutes.
I think I have it here.
So it should be like this. Stream, then sorted map dot entry. It is like 1 second.
If you do like this, stream. String I have to sort. Inside the sort, I have to
Yeah, just try it out. Try it out. Yeah. Analyze and try to do it.
I think this is the right sequence. No, sorry, what I've done in the notepad.
Let me see. Stream. No. This is not the right way actually.
Because
I'll just share you the code. 1 second. Just 2 minutes you give me.
Okay.
Sudhir, can you just show what changes are made in the last function?
Last function.
In the return.
This part. I'm
okay.
Taking into object and just returning. Okay, got it?
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Anybody has the code of the sorting code? Anybody is having?
Yes.
Please dot stream dot sorted, then sort your class get sort property comma true.
Wait a second.
Remove maps.
You do one thing. I'll tell you. You split it in a two object. First, you get the array list where you have only the country name which is matching with this parameter. Then that array list you go for sorting. Okay.
Okay.
So first you do create a.
First, I'll do the just filtering part. Just the filtering
first
part.
do the filtering part. Put it in a array list, and then that array list you go for sorting based on some any field. Yeah. Then collect. You have to write. You have to put it in the left hand side. You make it as array list. Left hand line number 20.
Yes.
Array list of cricket.
Just this is going to work, right?
Array list of cricket. Yeah, equals country name. Then you at the end you put dot. Collect.
Okay.
And then collect the two list. Yeah. So you got a list where it is filtered based on the country. Okay.
Yes. And now I'm going to use optional item.
Yeah. Now these optional you sort it based on the what is it called? Based on what? Based on name. Okay. So for that purpose, what you will do? You create another array list. This is a simpler way.
Okay.
Create a sorted array list with a name. Okay. Now from create a sorted. Then you optional one. Yes,
it's
correct.
Optional 2, I guess.
Optional 2 it is. Optional 2. Then you go for optional 2 dot stream. Optional 2 dot stream. Okay. And within a stream, open and close parenthesis. Nothing should be there here.
No, I know. That
yeah.
I know. And
then you go for dot sorted.
Yes, I've used that. Yeah, get name compared
No,
to...
I'll tell you. Go for dot sorted.
Yes, dot sorted.
After dot sorted, within a parenthesis, you write comparator dot comparing.
Comparator.
Comparator dot comparing. Comparator dot comparing.
Is it the right way or no?
Yeah, comparator dot comparing. Comparing should be small letter.
Yes.
I'll just give you I'll just give you the code.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, no? Yeah.
No, it's still not taking. Comparator
comparing. Okay, comparing. Okay, this is what? This is a function. Open and close parenthesis.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, now within a comparing function, you give a name of the object, suppose P. Okay, P double colon get score. Get what is it? It is based on get name. P dot get name. You can go for like that.
It's not working, sir.
It's not working. No, P dot what it would be? Sort the list cricketers in alphabetical order by their names belonging to the particular country. Okay, just type get name. Will it work? Just check get name without P. Without P, get name.
No, sir.
It's not coming. No.
So I can do the old way, sir. Comparison compared to.
Yeah, that also you can do. So see, you have got the filtered list. Now normal comparison, you can go ahead and do that. No issues. Yeah, in your way. That is also fine.
So the only thing is that I have to return a list of strings, but I have a list of cricket. That's the only problem.
Oh no. See, once you got the filtered list, that you can convert it into list of string. No problem with a for loop. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So what's this error showing?
Maybe extra one parenthesis. Check it out.
Yes.
Yeah. Now what do? You run this second array list. Run this second array list with a for loop for each. Sorted dot.
This problem.
Sorted dot for each. Dot for each. And then you create an object P square bracket. No, not square bracket. Sorry, arrow. P arrow, and then in a temporary what do you do? In a temporary list of string, you add it. Give it like names. Give it as names. Names dot add P. Names dot add. Oh, no, not P. Names dot add P dot get name. P dot get name. Yeah. Okay, now what do you do? Now before the line number 20, create the names, create the variable list of string.
Yes. That is
create the list of string. Yeah. Names equal to array list, new array list. Put the other line in the next, other thing in the next line. Yeah. Put it back in the next line. Now you return. What you will return?
What I will return?
Now what you will return?
I will return names.
Yes, correct.
Because I'm adding each time.
Yes.
I'm adding.
Yeah, go for names. Yes, go for instead of list, go for names.
I haven't created a void one yet, so it shouldn't work. I have to copy it back to the void ones. Okay, sir, I'll do it. I'll let you know.
Okay, other thing you tried by yourself. Okay.
So other things are done.
Other things are done. Then okay, no, you just upload the one time. You just see the test cases and then upload the link. Okay, to the sheet.
Sir?
Yes.
For a presentation part, for PPT presentation, what kind of PPT we have to make, sir?
I mean, like in a PPT, first you will give you a project by Roshan, first page. Okay. Course 5, a mini project name by Roshan. Then second page, the problem statement. What is the requirement of the project? What is supposed to do? Okay. Then third page, how you thought of designing of the project. Then the fourth slide, what are the module you have used in the project? Got it?
Okay, basically we have to do that flowchart algorithm and
flowchart. Yeah. The design part means flowchart, or you can
Sir,
have algorithm.
sir, can you write this procedure on some notepad or something? It would be easier for us.
See, that is okay. See, if you Google it, you will get many project PPT, means project demonstration PPT. Let me show you. I'll share my screen. One second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
So the Java mini project demo PPT. Suppose download, we'll click on this. Java project PPT slides. We'll go here somewhere. Yeah. Model based design upload. Java project PPT slide. Okay, click on this. There are a lot of PPTs like this are available, which you can refer. So according to me, first we'll have an introduction page where it will tell you the project name and who is done the project, and this is this project for the which course. That second page, the design of the project. Okay, so that means no, second page, requirement of the project. So what is being asked to do by the project. So it is like it is a route planner project where it is being asked to from the read the data from the CSV in a listed point, read the data from the CSV, then keep that data in an array list, and then in that array list, based on criteria, we need to show the display the detail as per requirement. So that goes for the second page. Then third page, design. What is the flow chart? Okay, what means how you have thought in a design phase you to solve the to get the solution of that problem. So that will go for fourth page. And fifth page, what are the module are there, what are the functions are there, and what are their functionality, what function is doing what. Okay, and at the end, what is the benefit of that project, the client will get it. And then you just thank you. Last slide. Is it clear, or you want me to show it a little bit more in detail?
Sir, it's clear. Just write on notepad.
Okay. If I show you one simple project, that will be beneficial. So that's what I'm checking. 1 second.
Sir, we have to give the PPT on which date?
It is, if you can finish it off the project work by tomorrow afternoon, you can give the presentation on tomorrow afternoon only. Otherwise, Saturday. Those who have not able to complete it, the project by afternoon tomorrow, then for them it will be Saturday.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah. Okay, suppose see this one. I'll download this Java project report presentation. Okay, it is also sign up and all these things. To download the session, sign up here for a 14 days free trial. Okay, sign up with Google. Download with free trial. No, I want the free some slides. Free Java project demo slides. Okay, here it is there. See, Java project tools and techniques, and we are this should be the first page. Then outline. Look at 3 Java project, different architecture adopted, problems encountered, and lessons learned, tools and other useful techniques. So Java project, PowerPoint presentation. This is not required, outline and all. Who are we? Yeah. So this means who are you? Will be you are going to be explaining in the beginning slide only. The system clip web-based file system for distributing clips. Okay, I'll do it by myself only because I'm not getting any good thing. I'll go for PPT only. Okay.
Sir, collectors is util package, right?
Yeah, collection is util package. Yes. So first thing, what do? You write root planner project. Okay, and then you can give it as in Java. Then by whom? Then you write it over here. By suppose so and so, and by suppose Avinash Kulkarni. Like that. So this should be your first page. You'll do some design on the text. You give some background color and make it attractive. Then you go for the next slide. Next slide is what? In a next slide, what you can do? You can have some points. Okay, what are the point? Requirement. What is being asked? So you can have a bulleted list in the over here.
Sir, this link you opened on Google, can you send us this link?
I'll
It
share
will
that.
be a good reference for
Okay.
us.
Now project, you go for project requirement. Project requirement in the, and then that you put it in the top. And after that, what do you do? Over here, you have some bulleted list. What is the requirement? Insert. Only click on this. Suppose this one. So what is the first one? Project requirement. Read. Okay, or the project requirement, it would be like this. It is a project for route planning, which can be used by air ticketing services. Some information you will give it over here. Project requirement means who is the client and what is the requirement, what you will be doing. Now you put the requirement. Over here you go for suppose 1, 2, 3 or bulleted list. Yeah. So here you do it like this. Number 1 is what? Read CSV file. CSV. Number 2, get all flight details. Then number 3, get flight details from specific source city, and the fourth one you tell it as source city and destination, all the connecting flight or the direct flight you show it. So this will go to the second page. Then you'll go for the third page. Go for third page. Third page, how you design it. Design of the project. So what technique you have used in designing? You can give a class diagram. Okay, design in class diagram. So what are the classes you will be having for this route planner? That classes you have to put it in a diagram through class diagram. You create the class diagram in the online. The tool is there and download it, and that you put it as an image over here. class diagram. So over here, there would be only one class, and that class will have multiple module, and how that module are connected, that you have to give it, show it over here. Next, we'll go for coding. Go for coding. Coding topic. In the coding, what do you do? You in a bulleted point, you write used array list and used the Java 8 feature, optional functional interface, and the stream API. So these are the features used in coding. And what are the functions are there? Those functions, then you can use it. Okay. Then you go for the next page, testing. It is like this, testing. So your code is tested by the test cases. Okay, there are how many test cases are there? You just point it out, and what are the test cases? In a broader term, I am telling you, but for tomorrow's presentation or day after tomorrow's presentation, you don't have to go in that detail what I am showing over here. And at the end, you put thank you. That's it. Thank you. Or something else, if you want to add it before thank you, that you can do it. Is it okay? First thing, project name, by who has created the project, and then what is the requirement, what you are supposed to be done, what the client is asking through this project, then how you have designed class diagram, and then once the class diagram done, what are the concept you have used in coding, that Java 8 feature and all these things, and array list
We
and all.
need to paste coding also.
No, you don't have to copy paste the coding. That is not required. Okay, so the coding explanation you will give it in a separate in the presentation, separate way. So you don't have to copy paste the coding in the presentation. That is not a good practice. In a coding, you will only tell the functions are or modules used in this project. Then you list it out over here. What are the function is being used? Get the flight detail from city, get the flight details from source to destination city, and then display all the flight details. So those are the functions. You will be only that name you write it over here. That's it. And then you explain in the presentation which functions does what. Okay. Is it okay, guys? Did you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And after that, testing and thank you, right, sir?
Then testing. Yeah, the code is being tested with all the test cases, and then thank you. This is just a skeleton. This is not, you have to follow this rule only. If you have something good in your mind, if you are creative, you go with your own way. No problem at all. Okay?
Coding will explain from IntelliJ.
Yes, coding will be, yeah. So when the reviewer is going to ask you, where is your code? Then you will open the IntelliJ code, and then he can ask you what you are doing where. Means what is coming from where, and what is the purpose of this piece of coding, or explain this module. So that you will be doing it separately.
So if the presentation is good, no need of, I think, coding explanation.
Yeah, sometimes coding is not, yeah, because in our college days, for 6M project, they don't see the code at all. They see only the presentation, right? Yeah. So over here, since it is a job-oriented program, the mentor may ask you some of the coding also for reviewing purpose. So you have to be ready for that. Okay. It is like just a software development life cycle. You are going to put it in the PPT. So requirement, then design, then coding, then testing, then deployment, and then thank you.
Sir, I have a question regarding to the sprint, sir.
Okay.
Sir, it's not recognizing the variable collectors. It's saying.
Who is this?
Sir, Sudeep.
Sudeep, yeah. Tell me, Sudeep.
In the workbench, it says cannot find symbol variable collectors.
Where, just share your screen, Sudeep. Let's see. I'll close this PPT.
So share my screen.
Yeah. 1 second, Shudip. I will
Right.
stop sharing. Yeah. Variable collectors. What it is telling, the cannot find symbol variable collectors. Okay, you go there. Go to the code, line number 19. One second. But here it is not showing any error, no, in compile time.
In IntelliJ there was no error.
In IntelliJ there is no error. In Workbench it is showing error, is it?
Is it collectors or collector?
No, it is a no, it's a collect. Not it's a collectors only, no.
Should I send you the answer? Look at it in Slack.
I'll check it proper. But I have imported the entire util package.
That is inside util, and you have
In
to
the
do
IntelliJ, see whether it is asking anything to import.
No, nothing, sir. It's fine.
Nothing.
It's fine.
For me, it is asking.
There's an issue regarding the package here in IntelliJ because I haven't taken any. No, it's there. Oh, I have to use it twice, I guess. The entire util package and the stream separately.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yeah, please go ahead. Who is this?
Harshad.
Yeah, Harshad.
Sir, I'm facing this issue.
1 second. 1 second, Harshad. 2 minutes. Yes, what is the issue, Harshad? Incompatible type Java util.optional cannot be converted to Cricket. Yeah, so there is, see in the right hand side, there is, yeah, you go where which line error is?
Sir, here I'm facing it.
Yeah, Cricket highest. So you have to, at the end, you have to go for dot get after C2 parenthesis closed. Yeah, after C2 parenthesis closed, to go for dot get. Yeah, now you try.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Got it. Shall I stop sharing?
Yeah, stop sharing. Harshad, your doubt is resolved, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you start without wasting any time, start working on the project, guys, so that you can, by the mid of tomorrow, you can finish it off. Another 45 minutes are there till 6. So start working on your project. Try to refactor it through ArrayList and then Java 8. Start working on it. Fine. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because cricket sprint is being done by all of you who have still pending in the cricket sprint. They continue work on that, finish it off, and then they can jump onto the mini project route planner. In your project PPT, you have to mention the hardware and software requirement as well. Okay, so for this project, what is the software requirement and what is the hardware requirement, and which technology you used in this project, Java 8, and then collections. All these also you have to inform. You have to mention. Very simple PPT. You have to make it within half an hour. You can finish it up by making the PPT so that you can concentrate on the coding.
सर रिक्वायरमेंट तो वही रहेंगी ना जो ऑडिट में हमने स्टार्टिंग में बताई थी.
हाँ, requirement you can get it from the boilerplate only. You will get the requirement. You can copy paste that. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. And what are the modules you are in? Module means functions. What are the functions are there for this complete project, that you have to mention. Use your IntelliJ or local ID for this project. Okay, don't go for Workbench. That would be better. All of you are using IntelliJ or any other editor you are using? Anybody else? Among you who are not using IntelliJ as a local ID, all of you are using IntelliJ, is it?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Eclipse.
Oh, Eclipse. So Sukrit, you are using Eclipse. You have some problem, no, in Mac?
No, I started with Eclipse, so I'm using it. Eclipse.
Using Eclipse only. Okay, fine. So what you can do, you can take the older route planner project, copy the whole thing and put it in your new project Eclipse in an Maven, and then start modifying it as per the requirement in this mini project.
Okay.
The body of the every function you need to change, you need to modify. That is the only thing. Other than that, all are okay.
Okay.
If some of you are not willing to write code now, they can work on the PPT part. Okay. So either go with the PPT part of the project or we go with the coding part of the project, whichever you feel like. Finish it off at least one in today, by end of today. Okay.
Sir, I like to discuss that spring.
Yeah, what you would like to discuss, Shubham?
I don't understand. What are you passing in here? String list.
Yeah.
I am getting cricket and which data are we passing in here?
See, it is a name of the list of the name. That's why it is a string.
Okay.
Yeah, list of the name. So which name you are returning? It is the name of alphabetical name or alphabetically sorted order of the name for a particular country. See, suppose you want what it is returning. That is your question, is it?
Actually, I completed my program.
Okay. See, it is like this. Suppose you have a India, Australia, and Sri Lanka 3 countries are there. In 3 countries, different players are there. Okay, so it is asking India countries, all the player name ascending order you give me. So like that, first you will go for India countries, suppose Anil, then Anil, then Bobby, then Chetan, like that. So if he has given the country name as Australia, then Australia countries, all the player name ascending order it is asking.
Okay, so what I did is that first get the entire that list. I sorted it first.
Vice versa is okay. You get the total list, total name of all, you get the all the name of the different countries, and then you select, filter the country, or first you filter the country, then you do the sorting. All is okay. But in your approach, sorting would be more. Performance wise, your approach is not better because you are sorting the all the names. See, in India, Australia, Sri Lanka, there are 11, 11, 11, 33 players are there. So when you do the sorting first, then you will be sorting the 33 player. Okay.
Correct.
But when you do, what is it called, filtering first, big country India, then you have to sort only 11 player. So which is better, performance wise?
Performance wise, of course, the second method.
The second method. First you filter the country wise player, then you do the sorting, then you have to, comparison would be lesser. Performance would be better.
Sir, how to return the value? I did string list. How to return the string list?
See, for this, see here you are having list string. What you can do, you create another list of string. In the line number 28, create another list of the string. List. List of string. List of string. Give the name of this string, suppose ordered names, ordered player names, ordered players, that's it, equal to new array list. Yeah, now your ordered name is there in the C2, so traverse the C2, run a for each loop. C2 dot, type C2 dot for each loop, for each. Click on that, then give a parameter x. Give a parameter x arrow, and then you add to the list, ordered list. You add it in the ordered list. Ordered names, ordered players. Yeah, write ordered player dot add, and what you are going to add, x dot name.
Oh, so we have to return the value of names.
Yeah, all the names from that list you are adding in another list of string, and that you are going to get returned. So now which you will return in the line number 31?
So I have to return that other player, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So through stream and filter, you have got the ordered list. Then only name you put it in a string list, and that you are returning back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I'll run it. I definitely do this make more efficient coding.
Yeah. There means possibility of writing better code is there in all the time. So that you have to keep in mind. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Fine.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Swapnil.
Can I share?
Yeah, please share.
I'm just started this. I want to know I'm doing correct or not.
Okay.
The first function just I have taken.
Okay. What is the first function?
Flight path.
Flight path is your first function, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In flight path, route you are creating array list, reading the data line by line, flight count you are getting. So over here, flight count is why flight count is required?
Flight count is a requirement, no? How many flights are there?
Okay, okay. For creating the list with that count.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You have read it, flight count, you got it. Then you displaying the flight count. Then again reading. Why you are reading it? Okay, reading again. Then put it in a array of comma separated, and then put it in a object where you are putting it in the array list or root dot
Yeah,
add.
root
Okay,
dot add.
root dot add. Fine. Okay, yeah, this way is fine. Correct.
Okay, sir. I just want to know.
Yeah, this way is okay. Yeah. So read the CSV, put it in a array. From the array through object, you put it in a list. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, in the mentor notes, I have sent you a YouTube link. So where there is one project PPT is being displayed, is being shown. So that you can take it as a reference of making your PPTs for this project. Okay. If you have still doubt how to go about and how to create the PPT for tomorrow's project or route planner project, you can take a reference from that YouTube link which I have shared. Okay. In the mentor note, I have shared the link.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Hello everyone. So all of you have started working on the project, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good, very good. So try to finish it up by tomorrow afternoon so that you can give the presentation tomorrow itself. Whoever can give presentation tomorrow itself, well and good. Otherwise, other people will take it in the Saturday. Okay. And one more thing, just a reminder, one more time reminder, don't forget to update the link on the Google Sheet, which link you have worked on, which sprint you have worked on. So suppose you have worked on the sprint, but you have not updated the link, then it will be considered that you have not done the sprint only. Okay, so don't make that happen with you. That is my request to all of you. Update the link as and when the sprint work is done and make us maintainer for that sprint. Do you guys have any questions on anything or regarding project or regarding PPT, how to make the project PPT or regarding any sprint? I think all your queries got addressed. So if you still have any queries regarding project, we are going to address those queries in the tomorrow early morning. And most of you have finished the cricket project, right? Cricket sprint. Anybody still there who have not completed it? Can you please raise your hand? So that we will get to know who is requiring help from us. Anybody is like that is there? All of that means all of you have completed the cricket sprint. Very good. So that means you all are thorough with the Java 8 feature. Good job. Very nice. So more and more practice is required whenever there would be a difficult and complex intermediate queries, not queries, intermediate chaining of the stream API and the other API when you will be using, that time it will be a little bit difficult. So you have to take everything into consideration while writing the code. Okay, with this note, anything is there from your side, anybody? So who are thinking that they can give the presentation tomorrow on project? Okay, Tejas is ready, almost ready. Okay, he is confident that he can give the presentation tomorrow. What about others? Two participants raised the hand. One is Tejas and another one Nikhil. Very good. Anybody else? Other, you give it a try. Give it a try. Others, if you can't do it, no problem, but give it a try to make it tomorrow only. Okay. So today evening and night, you just spend on preparing 4 or 5 pages of PPT slides, and then the modified version of the route planner. That's it. That is your goal. Okay, guys, with this note, I'll wind up today's session. Let's call it a day. See you tomorrow, all of you. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
All of you can leave the room, leave the session. We are going to close the session right away. If you guys don't have any concerns or anything to discuss. Yes, Sudeep, Rushikesh, you can leave the session.
Sir,
Yeah.
I've
No,
sent
no,
you a
no.
message.
Okay. Yes, we have, Saurabh. I think we have. I'm not sure. We have to.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we have to join the session. After that, it may get cancelled, but we have to join.
Okay, okay, no problem.
Mhm. Guys, I am closing the session, guys. Okay, because we have a meeting at 6:15, so you have to get ready for that. If you guys have anything to discuss, you can Slack me. Okay. Bye, everyone.